Hello, everyone. I am officially live. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have a slightly new background that you get to see to my right, which would be your left on the camera. I have a book cart, and I spent a lot of time this week doing like a completely new collage on this wall, like most of it of which you can't even see. But I'm really liking it so far, and I think it adds an extra little bit of dimension. So let me know what you think of it, if you've seen what it looked like before. Um, as always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, wrap up in a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on where you are in the world and how cold or warm it is by you. I am just going to be drinking water and root beer tonight. I don't think that I'm going to be having any sort of alcoholic beverage because I typically like mine to be sweet. And after having root beer, my blood sugar could not possibly handle that right now, at least not until after I have dinner, which will probably end up being my leftover sausage and potatoes that I made last night whenever I feel hungry enough to get that. So, looking forward to it, but let me know, what are you working on tonight? Are you reading anything? Are you eating anything? Are you drinking anything? Like, what are you doing with your evening? I am going to be reading Mad Honey. I'm continuing this, and so far it's been really interesting. I didn't expect this to be more of a, call this like a legal thriller or a legal drama, where like we're going through both finding out information about the past of the characters, but also like what going through the court system is like in the event of a murder trial. So even though I didn't expect it, I actually still think that it's really good and I'm liking it. And then I started a new nonfiction because I finished Trevor Noah's Born a Crime, and I am now reading the memoir by Michelle Zauner, which is Crying in H Mart. And I've heard a lot of great things about this. This is a little bit different for me because I am reading a memoir for a person that I don't know. Like, I am not a fan of Michelle Zauner's music. I didn't know anything about her as a person. I just heard a lot about her memoir, and a friend of mine who is half Korean told me that this book really spoke to her and that she highly recommended it. So it's kind of interesting to be reading a book from somebody that I don't know because it almost reads as fiction, if that makes sense. Like, I know that this is obviously nonfiction and I can put that into perspective, but I don't know anything about her life. So just kind of going through that, but it has been interesting. So with that, I'm going to go over to my comments and just see who all is here. And Jessica was the first one. Hi, Jessica. You said, good morning. The struggle to get out of bed this morning was real. It's cold this morning, doing a bit of housework, then reading Insurgent. Well, a nice warm hug to you. I'm sorry that it was cold this morning. It was a little chilly here as well. But I hope that your day is kicking off to a good start. And you said first a cup of tea and some breakfast. There you go. That's important. And Jamie is here. Hi, Jamie. And Jamie says, hi, Alex. And Heidi, hello. Heidi says, Alex, I finished Weird Sisters and absolutely loved it. Woohoo! A love letter to the theater on so many levels. Yes, that book is incredible and just fantastic. And I love the witches in Terry Pratchett's Discworld anyway. Like, their novels are some of my favorites of all of them because you know how he kind of had like Rincewind and the wizards, you know, they ended up getting a section, and then the witches get a section, and the guards in Ankh Morpork, like, they get a series of books. Like, it's just really cool how he splits all of them up, and all of them with grainy weatherwax are like top notch. Jamie says, I still have half a bottle of wine from Nell's Wine Down Wednesday Sprints. A white Zinfandel. Might drink that in an hour or two. Very nice. I hope that that is delightful. Sounds like a great way to wind down. And Zach, hello, Zach. I wanted to let you know I still need to get cranberry juice, but I have not forgotten about the cocktail this time. And you said, hi, I'm finishing up Project Hail Mary. Oh, I'm jealous. That's cool. I look forward to the day that I get to that. And Miss Starbucks says, hello, hello. I am back, kinda. Was sick last week and still not 100%, so I'm not sure how long I will stay. Totally understand. And I'm really sorry that you haven't been feeling well. Maybe one sprint and some talking, I will see. Well, whenever you need to leave, Magnolia, don't worry about it, but I just appreciate you being here. And Jamie says, I'm finishing Slowness by Milan Kundera as my first book this afternoon. Sweet. And Heidi says, I'm squeezing in the original book, The Planet of the Apes, in the next few days. Cool. I have never read any of those, and I've also never seen any of the movies. So I have no idea about that series other than that they talk and they act kind of like humans. Don't know. Before I get to the last couple comments, I do want to say you can go ahead and let me know how long you would like the first sprint to be. We can do 30 or 45 minutes. So just let me know. First one to put it in the comments is the winner. Magnolia says, I am reading All Around the Town by Mary Higgins Clark. Oh, Mary Higgins Clark. My mom was a huge fan of hers. Like, she read every single book that woman ever published. Don't know what to think of the book yet. Well, I hope you end up liking it. And Magnolia says, hello, everybody. And Jamie said 45 minutes, and 45 it is, Jamie. And funny enough, that's what I already had up on the clock. And Jessica says 45 as well. And Kat says, hey, Alex and friends, I'm doing some content tasks first. Okay, cool. Well, hello, Kat, and I'm glad that you could make it. You said 45. Cool. Alicia, hello to you. You said hello. I'm cleaning around the house and we'll be continuing No Country for Old Men later. Very, very nice. Faye, hello. You said hello. I'll be switching back and forth between speed rereading The Island of Missing Trees to mark passages I might use in my undergrad thesis and reading The Violin Conspiracy for fun. Yeah, it's not fun to have to do something for your thesis, but I hope that you still have a good time. Nicole, hello. And Nicole says, hi, Alex, settling and ready to read. Awesome. I'm glad that you could make it. And Denise, hello, Denise says, hello, here for the first time on page 188 of The Paris Daughter. Well, welcome to you. I'm really happy to have you here. And we'll be starting on our first sprint very, very soon. Zach says, I think you'll like it. I'm adoring Project Hail Mary. It might be my first 5-star out of 69 books. I'm really glad to hear that for you. Not that that's your first 5-star out of that many books, because that's a lot to not have any 5 stars. But I'm glad that you finally got one. Maybe that will be what trends up your reading from here on out. You just needed the one, and then you'll find more. And Denise says, hi, Nicole. And Magnolia says, this is the first Mary Higgins Clark book for me. Well, I hope that you end up liking it. Yeah, my mom read a ton of Mary Higgins Clark and Sue Grafton when I was growing up. So I know those names only because of her, not because I've read any of them. Alicia says, I love PHM, Project Hail Mary. Love that. And Nicole says, hi, Denise. And Kat says, Miss Starbuck, I love Mary Higgins Clark. I have been reading her since I was 18 years old. Aw. And Jessica says, Nicole. Nicole says, catching up on all the buddy reads, starting with The Mysteries of Paris. Sweet. And Nicole says, Jessica. And Lily Eve, hello to you, Lily. And Lily says, hi. Well, hi to you, too. Faye says, why didn't I know Planet of the Apes was a book? I didn't either, Faye. Completely, I really didn't know. And Magnolia says, wow, Kat, then you've read everything from her, I suppose. Did you read this book? And Nicole says, yikes, Zach, that's a long wait. Yes, it is. Denise says, hi, Kat. Lily says, finishing 2 books today, both 5, final book in the Frankenstein series by Dean Koontz and The Housemaid by Frida McFadden. Cool. Also, I love the last name McFadden. Awesome name. Heidi says, Alex, the original movie Planet of the Apes 1968 was written by Rod Sterling, Twilight Zone creator, my favorite movie of all time. It is a time-traveling movie with a twist. Ho-ho! Cool. I will definitely need to see that. And Nicole says, I just finished The Martian and really enjoyed it. I have great expectations for Project Hail Mary. Sorry, that was capitalized, so I thought you were talking about the book. Great expectations. That's Charles Dickens, right? And Denise says, read all of Mary Higgins Clark. And Miss Starbucks says, wow, Denise, cool. Just curious if you still know how many stars did you give the book that I'm reading? And Nicole says, McFadden sounds like it should be the last name of a Marvel character. It does, like a superhero name. Hi, Angel. Welcome back. You said hello. Yay, it's Friday. I'm still playing Dreamlight Valley. Cool. I hope you're having a great time. And Nicole says, I think I was thinking about the book and the capitalization just happened. That's fair. At least I didn't get like completely confused there. So that's good for my brain, I guess. And Kat says, Magnolia, I have read that one, but a while ago when it was first published. Actually, I haven't read quite a few of her newer books, especially ones with co-authors. And Lily gives a smiley face. Well, sweet. So I got to give you all your first question. So let's see. Would you rather buy 10 things you don't need every time you go shopping or always forget the one thing that you need when you go to the store? This will be a fun one. And I always read, for those of you who are new, the answers that you put to these questions after the sprint. So you can go ahead and start putting them in the comments and I'll get back to them in a little bit. And Denise says, and Miss Starbuck, I read it when it first came out, probably would have given it 4 stars. And Kat says, hey, Denise, sweet. So I'm going to go ahead and get our sprints pulled up here and get my little thing situated the correct way. Faye says, my dad likes to be early to everything, and my mom always gives the example of when they arrived early at the cinema and saw the last minute of Planet of the Apes to show being early isn't always good. That's true, because then you can get ruined for stuff, and that's not fun. Well, I got it pulled up here, so I'm going to go ahead and get the sprint started, and I'm going to wish you all happy reading, and I will see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 251 in Mad Honey. I'm over like halfway through the book now, which feels really good. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather buy 10 things you don't need every time you go shopping, or always forget the one thing that you need when you go to the store? I'm gonna go back here to the last comment. Lily was the first to answer and said the first option. So always buying too many items. And Miss Starbucks said, okay, that's pretty high up. Thanks for the answer, Denise. And you also said thanks to you as well, Kat, for answering. They said, wait, this question is an accurate description of my shopping style. What is happening? And Jessica said, 10 things I don't need. I don't want to forget what I need because, well, I need them. But with 10 things I don't need, I can always make something with them at some point, or they can be snacks. That's fair. I feel like this question, I'm with Faye, where this is just what happens. Like, I always have a list of the things I need at the store, but especially if Keaton and I go to the store together, we're going to end up buying at least 10 things that we didn't have on the list when we go shopping together. So mine would definitely be the first one. And Jamie says, the 10 extra things I don't need may become useful later, so I'll stick to that. It's a good philosophy. And Heidi says, Faye, Alex does not know the ending of the Planet of the Apes, but I understand. I don't. But I do think it's funny to imagine walking in at the very end of a movie and then having the entire thing spoiled for you when you're there to watch it. Like, what a shame that would be. And Magnolia says, 10 things I don't need. I can always give those away to people needing it or sell it again or something. True. Faye says, Heidi, my mom has never forgiven him. And Zach says, 10 things I don't need. I just paid my credit card, probably why I don't have any money. And Heidi says, Faye, it has been many years since I have been to the cinema, but I remember trying to go late to miss the 30 minutes of coming attractions. Yeah, where you're trying to miss the previews for sure. Funny enough, Keaton and I had a weird experience recently when we ended up going to the movies, and we were thinking back. We were sitting to eat right before we were going to the theater, and it was like, so when was the last time that we were at the movies? And to both of us, it felt like it had only been at that point like 4 months ago. So we started going through the movies that we had seen, and then we were like, wait, what time was that? Like, when did that come out? And we started realizing that we hadn't been to the theater in a year, an entire year, like almost to the month, like to the day. And it was really strange, like just how much time flies now. And I can't keep track of anything anymore. Like, it freaks me out, like what COVID has done to my perception of time. So when you say that you haven't been to the cinema, like in many years, I'm like, yeah, I could definitely see how easy that would be to do. And Denise says, forget the one thing. Okay, we have a dissenter here. We have a Denise saying, I want to forget. And Zach says, oh my God, what were we? Oh, Project Hail Mary would be my first 5-star since Iron Widow last July. I'm way too picky with 5 stars. I've had at least 7 that could have been 5s this year. Okay, there you go. Now, Zach, I want to ask you, do you have a criteria for like officially giving something a 5-star? Because for me, as you all know, a 5-star is a book that I would read more than once. Like, it's a book that I look forward to reading again in the future. And a 4-star is a book that I would recommend people read one time, but you definitely wouldn't read it twice, right? So, like, to you, what is a 5-star? Heidi says that when I run into the supermarket, I have done that, ended up getting other items, but the thing I came for, the worst is getting home and having to turn around and go back. Completely agree. Also, I don't know if Bubby is hearing neighbors outside because the weather finally got nice this afternoon after having like super crappy weather all night and into the morning, or if Keaton is just now getting home because it is about that time. So it could be. I'm going to shut this door here just a little bit. Enough that he can still get in, but we won't hear his barking quite as much. And Zach says, Also, my auto capitalizes lots of words with book titles. I type a lot and I usually don't bother fixing it. Heidi says, Zach, I have a list of real 5 stars. Start with the Warlord Chronicles and then go to Boudica Dreaming the Eagle, which is one I know you really want me to read, Heidi. And of course, there is Daughter of the Empire, but not the sequels. There you go. And Heidi says, Alex, last night was the most incredible night in sports. My hockey team came from behind with a natural hat trick, 3 goals in a row by the same player to take the lead and win. That's so cool. I love that, Heidi. How fun. It's amazing. And Christina, hello. Christina says, hi, Alex. Bopping around, booping the like button. Happy sprinting. Thank you. Faye says, oh, the Planet of the Apes novel was originally written in French. Okay, that would be a cool way to practice my French reading. There you go, Faye. Woohoo. And Jim, hello. And Jim says, who needs a list? That's true. Yeah, you just show up and you just buy stuff. Robert says, oh, hello, Robert. I'm happy to see you as well. I haven't said hello yet. It said, buy 10 things. Store is down the block or across the street. There you go. Jessica says, I did a YouTube sprint and then hung washing out, and now I can barely feel my fingers. Time for a coffee. Oh, you poor thing. I'm sorry it's so cold. Robert says, I'm reading Julia by Sandra Newman. Hello, room. Hope everyone is having a day. Well, everyone is having a day, Robert. I am hoping that everybody's having a good day. I hope that you are also having a good day. Carissa, hello. Welcome back. It's good to see you. And Denise says, read 29 pages on page 117. Very nice. Faye says, I read 21 pages of The Violin Conspiracy, which is a great title. Jamie says, slowness is proving a slow read. Only 156 pages long, but taking forever. That's rough. Especially because, Jamie, you're such a fast reader. If it's taking forever, that's a bad sign. And Miss Starbucks says, I read 24 pages. Good job. And Nicole says, based on my shopping habits, I chose to buy 10 things I don't need. Oh, choose to buy 10 things I don't need. There you go. You said finish 20 pages in The Mysteries. Very, very nice. Robert says, Nicole, what is readathon again? I mean, is it a readathon? Readathon? Miss Starbucks says, actually, in my country, we have a store called Action, and that is a store where you go in for one thing and come out with 20 things. I like the name. And Nicole says, Robert, it's a reading challenge with prompts to help you read what you own. Oh, read a thin, so to thin out your shelves. Very cool. Very, very cool. And Miss Starbucks says, I have 5 stars, but when I absolutely love it and it gives me a special feeling, it will give the book my special 6 stars. Okay, so you do have a 6th one. I like that. And Nicole says, ooh, Boudica, I have that one. I know, Heidi's been trying to get us both to read it, Nicole. And Faye says, I can reread anything of any star rating. I have an editor's brain, so 5 stars for me means not bugging me to want to change it. 4 stars means it was almost there. Okay. I can appreciate that, Faye. I definitely could not reread any star rating. Like, there are some books that I've read where I'm like, this would not be necessary to read another time, especially with mysteries. I'm not a fan of rereading mysteries when I know the ending. But it's also because I'm really good at guessing stuff. Like, I'm not even shitting you. I called the big twist that happens in the middle of this book. And I was, no joke, I was laying on the couch and I told Keaton, I'm like, look, this is a long shot, but I'm pretty sure that this is what's going on. And he's like, really? Like, you think so? And I was like, yeah, it's just like the subtle things that the characters have said to one another. And I just believe that this is it, but I'm probably wrong. And I wasn't. I am too good at guessing these things. It drives me nuts. But I guess it's kind of validating too. And Carissa says, I'm an impulse spender, so I normally buy things that I don't need. There you go. And Denise says, mint page 217. Okay, awesome. And Jessica says, of the 69 books I've read this year, I have had 3.5. Oh, I'm sorry. There's no period there, Alex. I have had 3 5 stars. My booktube profile tag video talks a lot about what makes a 5-star. Okay, cool. I will definitely go and check that. I feel like I have probably seen that. but if I haven't, I will go and I will check it out again. And Nicole says, Miss Starbuck, we call that place Target. And Christina says, Read It Then is a bingo type readathon. One of the hosts is Mom's Book Collection. There's just so many like different readathons and bingo cards and stuff that everybody's doing. I don't know how anybody picks one. Like truly, I don't know. It's incredible to me that people can keep up with these things like month after month after month, because that's definitely not me. I have been embracing the mood reading lately. Like I honestly don't think that I could be given a specific topic for a month right now and be expected to stick to it and try to find books that meet that. Like I want to be able to just read the things that I want. But I admire when people can do that. And Christina says it also has self-care prompts on it, which is very nice. I like that a lot. And Magnolia says, haha, Nicole, that store has a lot of things as well, right? Action does as well, although it isn't that big like a Target. Zach says, 5 stars have to hit me in a special way, different for each book. This one is very funny and science. Iron Widow got 5 because it's near pure rage, so it differs wildly. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't say that like all my 5 stars give me the same emotion when I read them, because that's not true. Like Becky Chambers gives me like a really comforting feeling when I read them. That's very different from reading like Blake Crouch with, dark matter or recursion. So it definitely depends. But cool. Thank you for explaining that. And Nicole says, Miss Starbuck, it does have a lot of things to buy, and you can only make purchases in $50 increments. Ooh. And Miss Starbuck says, Nicole, what does that mean? Vay says, I find it annoying when I guess twists too. Yeah, just like every single freaking time. Also, be sure to let me know how long you want the next sprint to be 30 or 45 minutes. And I'm waiting for, Rob to say like 615 minutes or, what other crazy number he would like to give. And Jessica says, hi, Christina. And Carissa says, for me, a 5-star book has to be a perfect book. Yeah, a book that you wouldn't want to change anything. I think that's a great way to put it too. And you said, or Harry Potter. I always give the Harry Potter series 5 stars every time that I read it. That's awesome. Nicole says, the Starbuck, LOL, I may just be talking about my own spending, but I swear every time I buy at Target, it's always $50 at a time. I avoid Target. And Jessica says 45. So you got it. We'll do another 45. And Nicole says, hi, Christina. And Diane, hello, Diane. Good to see you. You said evening. Evening to you. And Christina now is the one coming out with the crazy number, 726. Zach saying 49. 7 times 7. And Miss Starbuck says, that sounds so weird to me. Nicole, we don't have that here. And Jessica says 6,000. Mwahaha. And Nicole says, Miss Starbuck, I'm just joking. And she is Miss Starbuck. That's the teasing coming in there. So you're totally good. She says, sorry, didn't understand that. Oops. It's okay. Magnolia, just blame it on feeling sick. And Christina sticking her tongue out. Well, perfect. Get another 45 minutes up on the clock here. I also have to give you all your next question, which is going to be, would you rather travel the world for free for a year or have $50,000 to spend however you please? I think that's a pretty good question. And Nicole says, no worries. Hard to tell in chat. Christina saying 53. One of these days, I'm just going to throw you all for a loop, and I'm just going to like choose a number, and it's going to be some random ass time. And Diane says, A Flicker in the Dark was almost a 5-star read. Excuse me. Got choked there. But the ending brought it to a 4.5. Still, it is my favorite read of the year so far. It is. Well, cool. A Flicker in the Dark. I don't think I wrote that one down the last time you were here, Diane. I don't remember talking about that one, so I'll write that one down too. Flicker in the Dark. Got it. Okay. And I'm happy for you that that's your favorite so far. And Miss Starbucks says, I think I might go now. Exactly. Haha. I'm blaming it on being sick. Yeah, no, go take care of yourself. And I hope you have a great rest of your day and that you get to feeling better very soon. So thanks for hanging out, Magnolia. And with that, I can see that people are kind of coming on with their answers. So Miss Starbucks says, bye bye, all. And that would be fun, Alex. All right, so I'll probably see what that's referring to later, but I'm going to go ahead, put the timer up, wish you all happy reading, and I'll be back in a bit. Have fun. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather travel the world for free for a year or have $50,000 to spend however you please? Very curious to hear what you had to say. Also, I did not give you an update on where I am. I am on page 271, so I read 20 pages during that last sprint, which is pretty good given the fact that I also ate dinner. So I was like trying to eat and read at the same time, which like naturally slows me down a little bit. So let's see what you all had to say. Faye coming in hot saying money. And Diane agreeing and saying 50,000. And Jessica saying travel the world. Okay. And Christina said, I thought you said come up with a crazy number. Oh, the for the number for the sprint. So you said 46 of 53. That's funny. And Nicole says, I'm with you, Miss Starbuck. Let's see the world. I think it was Jessica who said that, but I got you. And Diane says, feel better. I'm sure Miss Starbuck is long gone now. And Denise says $50,000. And Zach says 50K as well. And Miss Starbuck was saying thank you to me and to Diane for the well wishes. And Diane was saying happy reading to everybody. Faye says, imagine going into a bookstore with a budget of $50,000. You could buy most of the books in the store, depending on which one you go to. Kat says $50,000, which I would use a portion of to travel. There you go. Jamie says, I'll take the year of free travel and plan things so when I stop traveling, I land where cost of living is low and where I can make enough money to live comfortably. That is a solid plan. I like that. Zach says, all the traveling I want to do would be Tasmania and Norway, so I'll have at least 30,000 left. There you go. Okay. Heidi says, darn, I missed the whole chat. Travel the world for free if it was 5-star hotels and with the Backroad Tour company. It's a multi-sport adventure company, very high end. Well, that sounds really cool. I like that. I think the main reason for my answer for this, Heidi, which is that I would take the $50,000, is because with my job, like if I wanted to travel for free, it would be, I would only have like a certain amount of vacation that I could take every year, right? So it's like, okay, if I could travel the world, but only during my vacation time, it wouldn't really benefit me to travel for free. So I'm going to take the money and then like with the vacation that I have, I could still travel with that money and then use the rest of it towards something else, which I think is really beneficial and that would work well for me. And then Robert says 50K, I'd rather be home with the dough. Although it should be comparative because you ain't traveling the world for 50 G's. Yeah, that's true. You can't. I mean, you could go to certain places and you could certainly live it up in certain places, right? But no, not all in all. Jamie says, I'd want eco tours in Ecuador and Costa Rica, a cruise along the Alaskan coast, and then Hawaii, Indonesia, Malaysia with a volcano tour guide, Australia, New Zealand, and then plan for Asia and Europe. Very cool. Love that you have a whole list of the places that you want to go. And Heidi says, Jamie, I was in Costa Rica and at Denali with a dab of a few European cities. My favorite trip was at Zion and Arches National Park in Utah. I'm probably not saying that right. Is it just Arches? Amsterdam would be a close second. Very nice. And Jamie says, I enjoyed Arches too. The Olympic Peninsula was probably my favorite place to travel so far, though followed by England. Okay. And Zach says, finished Project Hail Mary, 5 stars. The only problem is you can't talk about it publicly because it's almost entirely spoilers. Sad. Another fun fact, I pre-ordered it, but only got to it now because I didn't want to be disappointed. Oh, but you weren't disappointed. You loved it. So that's awesome. And Nicole says, all cut up now to decide what to read next. Oh, now to decide what to read next. Cool. And Heidi says, Jamie, I camped out at Arches and the night sky was full of stars on a light show, but no thunder. The closest I have come to a real fantasy moment. That's lovely. And Jessica says, reading is just not a vibe for me right now. Going to switch to editing and hope that my software works today. Good luck. I hope it works for you as well. And not every day can be a perfect reading day. Christina says, making supper right now. Be back. I had mine. I was happy to have leftovers. Heidi says, Faye, do you know about Gareth Books and Songs and Magic? I think you would like his channel. If anyone wants to just chat on Thursdays, every other one, Gareth and Dave discuss biscuits, dogs, and books. And Denise says, read 26 pages. Well done. Kat says, I took a ride with Barry to pick up my seafood potato. Woo woo! Seafood potato on Friday from Johnson's Kitchen during the sprint. I love that for you, Kat. And because we're getting towards the end of comments here, be sure to let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be, 30 or 45 minutes. And Heidi said, Alex, before I had my family, I traveled with every vacation, but I did camping so I could afford it. Europe was very inexpensive, had very inexpensive motels. The toilets were under the shower. That is so interesting. Okay. So like you're showering and like the water's also going into the toilet. Am I understanding that correctly? Kat says, I think I'm going to start My Big Fat Zombie Goldfish by Mo O'Hara next. I still have 49 pages left of Sense and Sensibility. My goal is to finish it by Wednesday. You got this, Kat. Faye says, Heidi, I'll check his channel out. Thanks. And Kat says, 45, while Robert is saying billions. Nobody would want billions of hours of me. I don't even want billions of hours of me or minutes of me. That's too many. And Nicole says, I read about 15 pages and am now going to start What You Are Looking For is the Library. I love that title. And Jessica says, $10 million. Dr. Evil. Got to have the pinky to the mouth, of course. I always thought that the twist of like how Austin Powers and Dr. Evil were related was very funny. With Michael Caine. Oh, there's Bubby going off like a little Bubby timer. All right. And Nicole said, or Faye says, Nicole, that book is so lovely. I love that. I have not heard of that yet, I should say. Now I know of it, but I'm going to put it as a little note to myself too. Let's see. What you are looking for is the library. I do love that title. It's so charming. And Kat says, what's that about, Nicole? Like that title. Sorry, you guys are going to hear Bubby for a minute. Nicole says, that's what I'm hoping, Faye. And Jessica says, I need to do a rewatch of Austin Powers. So do I. I haven't seen them in a very long time and definitely need to do that. And Nicole says, cat library vibes. Here I come. Cool. Very, very nice. So I'm going to give you all your next question. Yeah, Kat saying, Keaton's home. You know it, Kat. He's later today. He had to stay longer for work, unfortunately. So he's got a late Friday coming home. I am going to ask, would you rather live on a boat or in a treehouse? I think this one's fun. Oh, that's funny. I'd never done that before where I had two questions up, and so it made one of them absolutely huge. How did that happen? I'm probably just having a moment again. Oh, I know what I did. I didn't make it scroll. I messed up. There we go. Yeah. Would you rather live on a boat or in a treehouse? And Robert says, Alex getting filet mignon from Keaton coming up. No, I had my sausage and my potatoes. And Jessica says, hi, Keaton. And and Keaton saying hi from the next room over. Do you want to come in and yell hi at everybody, honey? They're all saying hello. There you go. You got a Keaton sighting. But I will go ahead because I can see people are like starting to put stuff into the comments, and I will jump to the next sprint. So I hope you all don't mind, but do be sure to answer about the boat or the treehouse. Get the 45 minutes up on the clock, and I will see you all in a bit. Happy reading.
above
All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got to spend part of my sprint talking with Keaton about his day, so I didn't do as much reading, but I did get to the next chapter. So I'm at 278 in Mad Honey, and then I just started a new chapter in Crying in H Mart, where I'm only on page 50. So I'm happy because I got to do some reading today. I had the day off and I got to just like go over to the library and sit and chill for a little bit. So that's been really nice. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather live on a boat or in a tree house? And I liked that there were actually like emojis I could use for this question. I thought it was cute. And Kat was the first to respond. She said, treehouse. I love that. And Faye says, what you are looking for is in the library is connected stories where someone gets a book rec from the same library and that ends up changing their lives. That is a fantastic pitch, Faye. I love this idea. That sounds so heartwarming, like something I would need to read if I'm feeling down or like I just got out of a really serious book and I need to pick up something that is lighthearted. That sounds nice. Jamie says, I need a zombie goldfish. That sounds like a more successful pet depending on what it eats. And Nicole says, an enigmatic librarian can sense what everyone wants and finds the perfect recommendation for them all. That's so great. Nicole, meat and potatoes, how every Midwest of you. I think you're very Midwest. Kat says, Keaton, welcome home. Heidi says, Mark Lawrence has a fantasy trilogy called The Library Trilogy. The Book That Wouldn't Burn and The Book That Broke the World are published so far. I've heard of The Book That Wouldn't Burn. The Book That Broke the World is a good title as well. Nicole says, hi, Keaton. And a big wave from Robert. And Jessica says, honestly, meat and potatoes sounds like the best thing in the world right now. Darn, I'm hungry now. You will always be hungry while watching my sprints. Everybody must have either already eaten or is planning to eat food when they come here because inevitably I will talk about food. And Nicole says, book about books. Yeah, I gotta love a good book about books for sure. And Nicole says, LOL, so true, Jessica. It's just a Midwest American stereotype as well, but it's classic. How can you go wrong? And you can't. You absolutely can't. And Faye says, treehouse, no contest, as long as building it doesn't hurt the tree too much. No, we're assuming that these are ecologically friendly tree houses, like the people who like go all out and that's their actual home. Like I'm sure that you all have seen those TV shows or like something on YouTube before where people live in a tree house and it's like this really cool for fully furnished home that took a lot of like engineering to figure out how best to do it. That's the type of tree house I'm talking about. And Kat says, sounds like a fantastic book, Faye and Nicole. I like books set in libraries and about books and reading. Well, Kat, this might be the book for both of us then. Heidi says, Treehouse, as I get motion sickness. I'm pretty sure Netflix has a show of fancy tree houses built by famous architects. Yes, that is exactly. Well, it might not be the exact same show, but I'm assuming it is because how many TV shows are going to be about people building tree houses? So it's probably the same one. Robert said, I thought you asked this question previously. I'll go with treehouse dryland living for me. Maybe I did. That's entirely possible. If I did, sorry, everybody. Sorry about that. And Denise says, this one's easy for me. A boat for sure. It has always been my dream to live on the water. Okay, I love that. Tell me why, Denise. What about the water makes you feel great? Is it all the positive ions of the moving water? And Faye says, just be prepared because what you are looking for is in the library might inspire you to reach for a dream. I wish someone had warned me about that before I read it. Reaching for a dream is a good thing, Faye. You should always reach for your dreams. I believe in you and I believe in myself. And that's important. I believe in everybody. As long as you give a shit, you can reach your dream. Kat says, my expectation for dreams are low at the moment. And that's okay. Heidi says, Kat, right? I just pray that things just go smoothly for a while, a long lull before the next wave crashes. Yeah, I think we're all kind of in that boat right now. It feels like And that's, I guess, the story of life. Kat says, thanks, Heidi. And Zach says, I decided to go on a sci-fi bender. I'm going to start The Scourge Between Stars by Ness Brown. Okay, yes, that was one recommended to me. And also to answer Treehouse, even though I don't trust wildfires. Yeah, there are definitely places that typically have wildfires more than other states. So you could definitely go with the state that doesn't typically have them, and you probably would be okay. Like, I wouldn't have a treehouse out in California, if that makes sense. That's a no-go. Any place that typically gets droughts, you don't want a treehouse. But you probably don't want one in the Amazon rainforest either. How I'm itching my eye. How is that a thumbs up? Sure. Okay, Robert says, Zach, that is a fun read. No disappointments. And Heidi says, Zach, will you read Deathstalker for me? I just loved it. I know, I need to get to that too, Heidi. Why is my eye so itchy? Sorry, everybody. Itchy eye. I don't know if it's allergies or what. I feel like I've been like scratching my face a lot. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I know that I have that on my wish list. I think so. I think I've probably told you all that I have begun a list of books that when I finally get to go to Powell's in July, that I'm going to be like looking for. Like, so it's a pretty significant list, but then within that list, I have books that I'm specifically targeting. I might just have to add Deathstalker to that because I know that it's going to be one that I probably really enjoy. And it would probably also be one I could find there. It's a huge bookstore. So, fingers crossed. But that's why I'm going in with a big list, is because then if they don't have something, because it's a combination of new and used books, then I have plenty to choose from. Heidi says, Alex, did Keaton bring you dinner? I ate leftover sausage and potatoes that I made last night. That was the joke that they were making about meat and potatoes. So he's actually eating that as well. So sausage and potatoes was a comfort food that my mom made for me when I was growing up. And it's really easy. It just takes a long time because whenever my mom would make batches of it, and when I make batches of it, I'm always making like a ton of food so that we would have leftovers to eat. And it's just one of those labors of love. And every time that I make it, I think of my mom, which is awesome. And Nicole says, 35 pages. Good job. And Nicole says, oh, Crying in H Mart is really good. I am enjoying it so far. I just wish that I knew about Michelle Zauner before, I picked up this book, because I feel like then I'd be able to kind of picture her more, but I don't know any of her music. Robert says, I just noticed that hot pink TBR cart. Yes. Yeah, it's actually, I literally put it together today. So it's 4 tiers, which is nice. And I made each level a different like genre. And so every single one of these is one of the books that I said I wanted to read this year. And I had the list up, like hanging up in my office, just like on a piece of paper. And I was like, what would be better is if I actually took them all like off of my shelves and I set them on a cart, and then that way they're staring at me all the time. So I'll actually get to them, and it'll be kind of like a game. Like I can go over to my cart and I could pick one, and because right now I've been obsessed with going to the library, and I've been getting a ton of library books, which is still a great thing. Like all of that is fantastic. It doesn't really matter as long as I'm reading. But I did say that I wanted to read these this year, so I need to like freaking get on it. And Kat says, I've wanted to read Crying in H Mart for a long time. I hope you're liking it. It just might inspire me to finally read it. Yes, I will be sure to give updates on, how I feel about it at the end. Like nonfiction books are not ones that I'll probably ever do reviews on, because I feel like they're entirely like too personal. Like if you're writing a memoir or an autobiography of your life and then somebody goes and does like a full review of it, that just seems kind of wrong in a way to me, because it's like the story of your life. But it is going to be in a wrap up, just the same way that Trevor Noah's memoir is. So definitely, be on the lookout for that. And Jamie says, I started The Dutch House by Anne Patchett, an audiobook, and got 8% in. I really need to read Anne Patchett. I am like, because I haven't read from her, I can't say that I'm a fan of her as an author, but I'm a fan of her as a person. So I'm sure you probably know this, Jamie, but for anybody else who doesn't, Ann Patchett is a very successful author who runs a bookshop in Tennessee. I think it's actually in Nashville, and it's called Parnassus Books. And she is on Instagram, and she actually posts weekly videos, like going over all of the books that are new to her store. And she'll talk about, like, yeah, these are the ones that just came in. These are the ones that I recommend. And she also does a video every week where she's like, well, if you haven't read these, they're new to you. So they're books that have been out for a while, but that, you might not have gotten around to. So it's, they're still relevant to talk about. So she's not only pitching like brand new books, which I think is really cool. She gets her staff involved. Her dog is always in the video, which is great. And his so her dog's name is Sparky Van Devender. Beautiful name. So yeah, just if you're interested in following a cool author that also runs a bookstore, I would highly recommend that you go and check out Parnassus Books and see her. But because I like see her as a person, I really need to read like Commonwealth or something. So let me know how you end up enjoying The Dutch House, Jamie. And Denise says, on page 266 of 362, less than 100 pages to go. Very nice. And Jamie says, I'll take a treehouse, but not one that's up very high. I would also take a treehouse because I think I would prefer to be in like the wilderness where I would be able to like kind of climb down out of the treehouse and just go for walks around on the ground. But I do really like boats. The only thing that would scare me about a boat if I lived on it would be whenever there's a major storm. Like I always think about people with those houseboats when a hurricane comes in. And so like unless you get out in enough time and are able to move to some area and dock where you're not going to get like flipped over, that would be my main thing. I don't like hurricanes or major storms of any kind. And Nicole says, a boat back to the world travel. There you go. And Kat says, I finished eating dinner, finished content tasks, and made it to chapter 4, page 23 in Zombie Goldfish. Love it. And Denise says, how are you liking Crying in H Mart so far? I have been wanting to read it. I do really like it. I think that I'm really hoping I'm saying her name right. It's not Zauner, but I'm saying Zauner just because it's Zauner. But I think that she has a great writing style. I was actually talking with Keaton about this book and how, she's discussing her relationship with her mother, because that's pretty much the premise of this book, is that she ended up losing her mom at a very young age. She was only in her mid 20s. She was 25 years old, and her mom was in her 50s. And like the impact that had on her, because she's half Korean and half Caucasian. Her dad is Caucasian. Her mom was Korean, actually from Korea. And they ended up moving to the United States with her when she was just a year old. And how, if when her mom passed away and she didn't like have that connection with the rest of her family, that, is she even really, Korean anymore if she doesn't like have Korean family to talk to, and she doesn't have anybody to like share the food with and kind of like express that part of her culture. And it's touching to, hear her talk about her mom. Like her and her mom had a very interesting dynamic where her mom wasn't a coddler by any stretch of the imagination, but they bonded very much over food. And so to hear her talk about like the joy of eating and discovering these new dishes and like being adventurous with your food, and how she was always very brave in that regard, I just think that that's really cool and fun. And I was actually surprised because with as much as she talks about food in the book, I would have figured that she would have become a chef, but she's actually a musician by trade. So yeah, I'm enjoying it, and I will continue to read it. And I think I'm going to like it by the end. I would be pretty surprised if I didn't. Zach says, I had the rest of my Szechuan chicken stir fry from last night. Awesome. Gotta love a good Szechuan chicken. And Christina says, just finished supper fish fry Friday. Yeah. What is your favorite fried fish, Christina? My favorite fried fish is probably catfish. I do love a good catfish. Kat says, add it to our list. Oh, add it to our list, Alex. Okay, I can do that. And Kat says, Jamie, The Dutch House is another one I've been wanting to read. Kat says, Alex, where did you get your pink book cart? I bought it from the devil, aka Amazon. I will always refer to Amazon as the devil, Jeff Bezos specifically. But I expected the whole thing to be made of metal. Parts of it are made of metal and parts of it are made of plastic. So it's not like the most rigid of construction, but I will say for something that was really inexpensive and is a cute color, and it also comes with wheels, so it's like super easy to move around in my office on my rug. I like it and I'm happy with it. And I like that it was pink. I originally was going to buy one that was white because I was like, oh, it'll match my wall. And then I went, that's fucking boring. And so I bought a pink one because I like vibrant colors. And it also goes with like some of my, if I could pick the right side there, some of like my artwork in the back that you all can't really see. I have some that have pink tones in it. Nicole's laughing. And Nicole says Powell's, as in the largest bookstore in the world. Yes, the largest bookstore in the world. I'm like, surely I will be able to find every book that I want in there. But surprisingly, I have just preemptively gone on their website before to look for certain books to be like, oh, I wonder if they have that. And most of the time, the answer is yes. They have at least one copy of something. But there are some times that the answer is no. So we're kind of just we're going to assume I'll be able to find probably 90% of the things that I'm looking for, but you never know. And Denise says, I grew up around lakes, spent lots of time in and around water. I love the sound and sight of water, very peaceful. Well, that's a great reason to want to live on a boat. Now, would you want the boat to be on a lake or on the ocean? Because I guess I didn't really consider that. Like, if you were on a boat and it was just on a big lake and you didn't have to worry as much about like tropical storms and things like that, I think being on a boat would be an excellent option. And Nicole says, sheet pan potatoes and sausage. Yum. Mine is in a big skillet. That's the way that I make it, is like literally the biggest skillet I have. It basically looks like a wok, but not quite as deep, but very close. And I cut up, it's 3 huge russet potatoes, like the biggest ones that you can get, and cut them up into like little half moon thin slices. And you put them in the pan, pour water over them, boil them, salt, pepper, garlic powder, a little bit of slap your mama if you want like some spice, some pizzazz to it. And then when the potatoes are almost all the way cooked, that's when I throw in the smoked sausage and I just like cook it all together. And that's the way that my mom made it. So yeah, good stuff. And Christina says, Alex, is the cart behind you made of plastic type stuff or is it all metal? I was wondering how well the plasticky one holds books. So this part is metal, like the actual holders are metal, and then this is made out of plastic. And I was wondering the same thing. So when I first purchased this, I actually didn't realize that it was made of plastic. It was in the listing. I just missed it. And so I got like super bummed out because I was like, are you kidding me? I wanted it to be a metal cart. But I will say that it does not appear to be having any issues. It is not warped. Like this one up top is pretty much completely full. And I have like some nice hardbacks in here and it's not strained at all. So I definitely would say that this is fine. You can go for it. Give it a shot. Denise says, loves the pink cart. Thank you. Heidi says, thank you, Alex, for Friday Night Lights. My husband just got home, so time for happy hour. Oh, she's probably already gone. Bye, Heidi. And Kat says, bye, Heidi. Happy weekend. Bye, Heidi, from Nicole. And Zach says, Heidi, I've added Deathstalker to my wish list, and I screen capped your other Rex earlier. Jessica says, managed to edit a little bit. Book haul is down to 1 hour, 5 minutes so far. Good job. And Nicole says, ooh, just realized there's a book list at the end of my book. Oh, there you go. Cool. And Kat says, how many books have you read on that list, Nicole? 0. That's cool. Kat says, I'm shocked. That's cool, though, when you find a list of like new books that you haven't heard of. And Christina says, my favorite fried fish, shrimp. Shrimp is also excellent. I will be making fried hot honey shrimp soon, probably early next week. And you batter them and you mix like hot sauce with honey and you coat them after they've been fried and then eat them over a bed of rice. That's good too. And yeah, I got you, shrimp. And Kat says, Barry ordered grilled catfish with Cajun fries from Johnson's Kitchen. Yes! So catfish, fried catfish was another comfort food that I used to have with my mom. There was a grocery store chain that has since closed by where I grew up, and my mom and I would go into their counter where they had and they had quite a lot of like different types of fish, which is surprising for them because they were a pretty small store. But you could get anything there and they would actually prepare it for you. Like if you ask them, like, oh, yeah, I want this grilled with lemon, or, I want this sauteed or whatever. And they would fry the catfish there. And then my mom and I would pick it up in our little like white to go boxes and we'd take it home and it had the little cup of tartar sauce. And that was like my first introduction to catfish and to tartar sauce, which tartar sauce is now one of my favorite condiments. I like love it. Every time I go to Mickey D's and I get a filet o fish, I have to get extra tartar sauce on it. And Cass says it kind of looks like a cart from Michael's. Yeah, I don't know who originally made it, but I like it. And Zach says, just saw The Devil Has Death Stalker free on Audible at the moment. That does not surprise me. So I'm sure you all know this because you're book people, but just in case you don't, did you know that Jeff Bezos actually has the reason that books are profitable on Amazon is because he deliberately sells them at a loss in order to undercut small businesses like independent bookstores and even Barnes and Noble. That's why he can sell books so cheap, is because he's making money in other areas of his site. So he just sells books at a loss because he can, because that's how much fuck you money he has. That's why I call him the devil. I mean, the man literally ran a diaper business, an online diaper business that was an inexpensive way for parents to buy their children's diapers and have them delivered by their door. He ran them out by undercutting diaper prices on Amazon to the point where that business couldn't compete. They went under. He bought that company, shut it down, and then immediately raised the prices on diapers on Amazon back to where they used to be before he cut them, just because now nobody could compete with him. I mean, the man is an evil mastermind. I mean, you can't say that he isn't a good businessman, but he is a terrible person. So yeah, I don't like him. And Denise says a Great Lake or Lake St. Clair. Okay, that's nice. Lake St. Clair. And Nicole says, Kat, it's mostly Japanese fiction, so I'm not sure how many of them are even in translation. I'll definitely be looking them up. I like that. Oh, and we are getting ready to head into our next sprint, so do tell me what you would like our next sprint length to be. We can do 30 or, well, I'm looking now. Man, that went by so fast. We're already at 3 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, so if we did 2 more 45-minute sprints. So the next 45 is going to put us a little over 4 hours. If we did another 45, it would be just under 5 hours. Kat's actually saying 30. So that works for me. So what we can do is I'll do a 30-minute sprint. And then, if you all want, you can decide what you want the last amount of time to be. But either way, this is going to be the second to last sprint, just to let you all know. And Robert says, let me know when you cook mushroom caps with crab meat. I'll be right there. That sounds awesome. Do you have spicy mayo or just mayo that you eat with it? Because that sounds really good. Kat says, gotcha, Nicole. Zach says, I buy, sorry, Christina with her 32. Zach says, I buy frozen potatoes, O'Brien and Jimmy Dean sausage. It's super fast. I cook the sausage mostly, cook the potatoes in the microwave, then finish the potatoes in the pan. I love tartar sauce. Yeah, tartar sauce. Denise said 45. And Robert says, guess the number I'm thinking. I would, but it's probably some sort of salacious number. I don't know. I'm just gonna say 420 for Robert. And Christina says 47. Yeah, so if you all want, we can do 30 for this one and then 45 for the last one. And Jamie coming in with a 42 as well. Dang, none of y'all love me, but that's okay. I see how it is. All right, so my next question, I I haven't asked this yet, so I'm going to ask you all. What is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Told you I would ask you this every single week. So let me know. What would it be? What was the thing that you were most proud of? And Zach says, Robert, 6,721. Maybe he got you, Robert. I don't know. Be sure to let me know. But I got to go and change the kitty's time to 30 minutes. All right. Got it pulled up. And Robert says, Zach, at nanoseconds, right? There you go. Well, that wouldn't be a very long sprint if it was nanoseconds. So be sure to answer that question. Oh, got another one. Okay, good. We're starting to answer the prompt. So got 30 minutes up on the clock. I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it. Oh, gotta get this back up here. There we go. I made it to page 65 in Crying in H Mart. I am only a page away from getting to the next chapter, and then I'll probably go back to Mad Honey, but I'm not sure. It was a very interesting chapter, so it kind of has me captivated. So before we left, I asked you all my weekly question of what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I'm excited to see what you all have to say. Let's see. And Christina said, I made it through taking my youngest downstate into prom. Very nice. Good job, Christina. And Kat says, I accomplished completing my first school year as a Title I tutor on Wednesday. I'm so proud of you, Kat. I'm also happy for you that you're on vacation. Woohoo! All the way, I think you said until August, which is amazing. Zach says, I sort of helped with technical issues on someone's first live stream this week. If you're curious, it was Pixie Plays Gaming, not books. Well, good job, Zach. I'm glad that you were able to help, and I'm sure that they greatly appreciated it. And Nicole says, I went to work for the last time and left things on a good footing. That's fantastic. I'm really happy to hear that for you because you're moving on to different things, which is very exciting. It's always good to leave on the right foot. You know, I'm one of those people that doesn't burn bridges, and I'm glad that you're not either. Robert says, today my daughter and I went over to a Catholic school for girls book fair, 30,000 books, picked up 6 books for $15 and just gave them $20. That is really awesome. And what were the 6 books that you found? I'm curious. And Denise says, read 22 more pages. Excellent. And Nicole says, sounds great, Robert. I agree with that. And Nicole says 26 pages read. Awesome. And Faye says, I'm still trying to think of something I'm proud of for this week. Well, that's okay. Take your time. You could even answer it after the next sprint if you wanted to. I have a couple different things I was proud of for this week. The first is like my artwork that I was able to put up on my wall and how it's like finally turning into the cohesive thing that I have been wanting it to be all this time. But I would say the 2 biggest things that I'm proud of is I actually took a week off of work just for myself to do what I wanted to do and to like get like personal projects done and go for walks and go to the library and just kind of veg out for a little bit. I'm going back to an absolute shit show on Monday, and I know that because I have a work phone that I've been getting all my emails pinged to, and I actually had to like do a little bit of work today, but I mostly relaxed and I did a good job at it. So that was nice. But I also went and I took a course on how to drive a stick shift. So when I was a teenager learning how to drive a car, like officially learn, not like all the times that my mama let me drive a car, but like, you know, officially to get my permit, I was never taught how to drive a stick shift, and nobody in my family had one. And actually, the only person I knew who drove one was my best friend's mom. And she forced my best friend to learn how to drive stick. And my friend hated it and talked about how stressful it was. And I was like, I'm never going to want to do that. How could I possibly want to do that? Why would I put myself through that experience if it's so miserable? But now, like, being older, I was like, I feel like it would be a valuable skill. I also think that it would be fun to learn how to drive one. And so I went through a company and I basically hired a private tutor, and I was hanging out with him in his car. I learned in a Volkswagen Golf, or Volkswagen if you're, you know, the German. And yeah, it was a little over 2 hours, and I did really well on hills. And I even did the rev matching for downshifting. Like I was starting to get a little bit better at that. The main thing was giving enough throttle from a stop. That was where I would stall the car the most, as I would like let off the clutch to the friction point, then I wouldn't give enough throttle to go, and then it would kill the car. So basically, I would have to keep practicing to get really good at that. But I was proud of myself for going and learning a new skill. And I'm one of those people that really loves to learn, and it like is very invigorating for me to learn a new skill. And I like people were really surprised when I told them, and they were like, well, why do you want to learn how to drive a stick shift? And it's like, because it's a valuable thing to know how to do, and because it's fun. and that's my main reason. So much to the point where I'm actually trying to figure out whether I want to buy like what I would consider to be like an old beater, like a car that's been well taken care of but is older, and one that I wouldn't mind kind of like if I didn't do great with the clutch, like it wouldn't be a big deal, and just going and trying to find somebody who has one and buying one. But I don't know if I'm ready yet for that commitment. I just keep thinking about driving a stick shift, and now that I don't have one to practice on, it's like frustrating me, which is kind of hilarious. So anyway, that was mine. And Nicole says popcorn and furikake time. Cool. I don't know what furikake is, but I'm assuming it's food. Delicious. And Nicole says, stick is the best. Do you drive a stick shift, Nicole? That's cool if you do. And I know Kat does. Kat says, yay to taking the stick shift course. So much fun. It really was. I had a great time. And fortunately, my teacher, so he was only a year younger than I am, and he was incredibly sarcastic, like one of just the most sarcastic dude. And I got along really well with him and got all of his references because, of course, like we're like the same age, and he actually grew up, funny enough, in the town next to mine. So we had like very, very similar upbringings, and it was just a good experience. And it was nice because he told me, he was like, I have a pet peeve. Whenever you stall the car, you're not allowed to say that you're sorry. So I didn't. Every time I stalled it, I said shit. Um, and he would laugh at me. And I said, I would much prefer that he laugh at me than yell at me. Like that's always better in my opinion. So we got along just fine. And Nicole says, bucking bronco. Yeah. Yeah. When you don't get it quite smooth and you're like lurching forward. That was me from a stop. I could do really well upshifting and downshifting from, like, because the highest I got up to was third gear on a 5-speed, because we were in like a parking lot circuit where there was actual traffic, but it wasn't like I wasn't out on the road, like on the highway, right? So, going from like third to second and second to first, I did really well. And going from first to second and second to third was good. It was just literally going from a stop was the difficult part. I don't know what it is. I mean, I do, obviously, like I know what I was doing wrong, but there was something in my brain was just having a hard time. And Faye says, oh, I'm proud that I exercised several days in a row this week. Good job. I think that's the first time since I started not psychotherapy, sorry, physiotherapy, that I've been able to do that. I'm really happy for you, Faye. That's fantastic. And I hope that you're going to be able to keep that up as well, keeping the endorphins going. I know exercise is really great for the mind and for the body. It has been for me as well. I've been trying to get a lot of physical exercise. So proud of you for that. Nicole says seaweed rice seasoning. Oh, yes. Okay, I have heard of that, and that stuff is really good. I don't have any. I need to get some because I make homemade onigiri, and I think about that all the time, about like going with that, but I need to buy some. Nicole says, I do drive stick. That's cool. That's really cool. Robert says, book fair, I picked up The Grapes of Wrath. Cool. The First Year's Best Fantasy. Ellen Datlow is the editor. And Out of the Planet, C.S. Lewis. I forgot what my daughter picked up. That's cool. So you got 3 books and she got 3 books. Super sweet. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Barry and I are watching an episode of Kingdom, so I'm signing off. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. You do, Kat, and I hope you enjoy your TV show. Thanks for hanging out. And Denise says, my husband has a 6-speed Challenger yellow jacket with a Hemi. I have driven stick, but not that one. That's cool. A 6-speed Challenger yellow jacket. That sounds like a really cool looking car. I've never seen one of those. But I'll look it up on the next sprint because I want to see what that is. And Jamie says, I made and posted all 3 parts of my book haul. Great job. I still need to make a weekly update video, maybe tonight, but otherwise I'm caught up with my personal videos. Great job, Jamie. I'm super behind on making videos and any booktube content. Like, you think the fact that I was off this week that I would have like made a bunch of content, and I didn't. I didn't make anything. And none. I like really was just basking in the doing my own projects. So I'm proud of you for doing that. I feel like I'm super behind. And Nicole says, stop to go is hard. Stopping on a hill and going with a car behind you on an icy snow-covered road is harder. Oh yeah, of course. That would be terrible. Like, I was doing okay on a hill and going, like, I actually didn't stall the car amazingly, like the multiple times that he had me go through it, but I was not on any ice. That would not be fun. Nicole says, bye, Kat. Denise says, I'm proud that I ate healthy this week. Good job, Denise. That can be hard too, especially in the realm of convenience that we have now with like fast food. So that's amazing. Nicole says, nice, Denise. And Nicole says, Bumblebee. Oh, that's okay. So one of the yellow challengers, that's what the Bumblebee car is from Transformers. That's cool. B O Challenger. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Those things are sick. Oh, that would be so cool to drive. How much fun. Love it. Well, I will go ahead and do you all, because we're at the 4 hour mark, or we're just about to get to the 4 hour mark because the last one we shortened the time. Robert says Camaro. Yes, Camaros are cool. Do you want a 45-minute sprint for our last one, or would you like a 30-minute sprint? I'm good with either because we're going to end before the 5 hour mark either way. I always like to go above 4, but try to stick like a little bit under 5. So whatever y'all want. Whoever answers first, you get it. And Nicole says, didn't they change him to a challenger in the movies? 18. He only went 18 more minutes, Robert. What a shame. That's so sad. Jamie says 42. And Christina says chatted a bit and daydreamed a bit. LOL. 46. And Nicole says rice crackers. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to take 42 and 46 as the closest to one of the actual times, which is 45. So we'll do 45 minutes. Denise says, never saw that movie. I did not see like the one for him either. I don't know. But Camaros are also really cool. Christina says something Bumblebee was a yellow. Sometimes Bumblebee was a yellow bug. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Is that from like the old cartoons? Robert says 42 times 46. How about no? And Christina says, and a charger. Yeah, a charger too. Yes. So, all right. I will get the 45 minutes up on the clock. And I also have to give you all your last question for the evening. Oh, yeah. Sometimes a charger. And yeah, Nicole said yes, charger too. I love the Transformers talk. I can't believe they're still making those movies. Like, that's, I guess, how much of a cash cow they are. I haven't been caught up for like the last 5 movies, at least. And then let's see. Would you rather have a pause or a rewind button in your life? Pause or rewind button. And I am going to get, let's see, our last sprint pulled up here, 45 minutes up on the clock. Hope you all have a great last sprint. And Christina says, I think the movie that came out a few years back now. Yeah, Bumblebee's been out for a while, as far as I know, but I never saw that one either. I haven't been into any of the Transformers films since Shia LaBeouf was in them. So that tells you how long ago that's been. But yeah, I got 45 minutes up, and I will see you all in a bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back from the final sprint of the evening. How did you do? I made it to page 296 in Mad Honey, so almost breaking 300. And in Crying in H Mart, I made it to page 67. So pretty good reading for the day overall, I would say. And before we left, if I can get my mouse back on the right screen, there we go. I asked you all the question, would you rather have a pause or a rewind button in your life? Let's see. Oh yeah, back when we were talking about Bumblebee, Christina says, when not sure what that first question is, but first got him Bumblebee was when Shia first got him Bumblebee was a bug. Yeah, it was like an old beat up car, and then he transformed into like a much cooler car. So you're absolutely right in the first movie. Yes. And Nicole says, afterlife, I'll say a pause button. Okay, pause button. Vay says pause. Sometimes the world needs to shut up for a minute. I second that. Christina says, I still remember the original cartoons, though. My brother had all the toys. Very cool. And Nicole says, my iodine levels must be low because that furikake was amazing. Good. Zach says, my friend got up to 152 in a stick shift Mitsubishi Eclipse on her way to Vegas. Bumblebee was originally a Volkswagen Bug. In the newer movies, he's a Chevy Camaro. Challengers are Dodge. Okay, cool. Thank you, Zach, and appreciate that feedback. I'm remembering like the official Transformers lore, if you will. 152 in a stick shift Mitsubishi Eclipse is kind of hilarious, though. Also, very dangerous, I guess, unless you're on just a straight road through the desert and nobody else is around. And Nicole says, oh gosh, the body slamming in this book is horrible. Someone just got compared to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh, body shaming. Sorry, I must be tired and my eyes aren't focusing correctly. Body shaming, getting compared to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That is really awful. I'm sorry. Zach says, I looked it up. Cliff Jumper is a Dodge Challenger. I don't know who that is either. LOL, he's an Autobot. I thought he'd be a Decepticon. Cliff Jumper, what a name. Jessica says, Chompy Chompy, I have managed to get my book haul down to 48 minutes. Good job, and haven't finished, but I'm eating lunch. Awesome. Robert says, I'll go with pause button. I love cats. And Alicia, hello. Alicia came in right before the last sprint, said, hello, hello. Just joining. I finished The Last Olympian. Now starting Twisted Games. Very nice. You said, I would like to have a pause button for my life as long as I am the only one that can still move and I can use that pause time to just catch my breath. Oh, well, yeah, that's exactly the same reason that I wanted as well, is to be able to just take extra time in any given day just for myself. Have a little break. Christina says, yay for finishing, Alicia. And right? And Zach says, I think pause button, although I think stopping atoms in real life would definitely kill you, maybe even make you fall into the center of the earth, maybe breaking it too if you disrupted atoms on your way down. I mean, maybe. Who knows? That's why it's all purely hypothetical. I mean, that's like teleporting. Like, if teleporting was actually a superpower, then the person would constantly have to be able to calculate like the most complicated math, because you're taking into account the rotation of the earth, and then the fact that we're all hurtling around the sun, and then the fact that the entire solar system is also hurtling together through the galaxy, and like being able to figure out where exactly you would land would be incredibly hard. So, you know, we're talking about like superpower, like superhuman logic here. Jessica says, also, if the pause button pauses everyone else, then I would totally choose that so I could just pause and breathe or come up behind someone and scare the crap out of them. Your evil side is showing, Jessica. You said, my noodles didn't work, still very hungry. No. Now making pao de, is it quejo? As we call them over here, cheese buddies are in my family. Cheese balls. I love cheese balls. Cheese balls are great, both the fried kind and the cream cheese kind. And Nicole says, cheese balls, yum. Yes, I agree. And Christina says, reread the last chapter. I had reread the last chapter I had read, and I think I found myself. So yay for the rest of the night. Oh, good. And Jessica says, yeah, they are. Oh. And Denise says, made it to page 316 of 362. You're almost there. It's awesome. Nicole says, 40 pages read, 110 out of 300. Hopefully, we'll finish tomorrow already feeling inspired. That's amazing. I need to get that book. I want to feel inspired. And Christina says, thanks for the sprints today, Alex. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too, Christina. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. Denise says, rewind. Love the time when my boys were growing up. Oh, that is so sweet. What a heartfelt thing to say. Love that. Christina says, funny, this pause button idea is in all the chats right now. Really? That's interesting. I didn't steal it from anybody. Like, I didn't go onto anybody else's chat and find it, so that's interesting. Christina says, it needs to be a thing. It does. And Nicole says, sorry, shouldn't have used caps. After reading Life After Life, I would choose a pause. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I apparently was not doing a good job of reading between the lines there. And Nicole says, really, Christina, how strange. Maybe it's hot on Google. Maybe it is. What a weird. I didn't get it off of like a top search result on Google or anything. So how funny. Very weird. Nicole says, oh, maybe I've been confusing the Autobots all along. And Christina says the Decepticons were mostly emergency vehicles like police and fire trucks, etc. Deceptive in the fact that they are not good. Oh. And JV says, but if you hit rewind on your life and then watch through to the rewind, would your life continue on past that point, or would you land in a time loop? I think if you rewound, it basically gives you the chance to start over, if you will. So you kind of like go back in time almost as if like the present hasn't happened and you would continue on from that rewound point. That was the way that I was thinking of it, but everybody could have their own interpretation. And Christine says, maybe they were all here. Jessica says, plot twist, we choose rewind so we can have more sprints with you. Well, but you don't have to hit rewind. You know why? Because there will be sprints in the future. So you can just pause and take your time until the next sprint, and then you can have your next sprint. There you go. And Nicole says, or you could be experiencing mind meld, Alex. Maybe I have a brain cell that's vibrating with a brain cell of other people, and we just all had the same idea. Entirely possible. And Christina says, now there is something to think about, Jamie. And Nicole says, Jamie, this is exactly what I'm thinking. And Christina says, yes, Jessica. Robert says, have a great day. Good night, everyone. Hashtag bumblebees. You too, Robert. Have a good night. And Nicole says, night, Robert. And Denise says, really enjoyed the sprints. Thanks. You're very welcome. And yes, good night to all of you lovely people. I hope you have had a great time. Thanks for hanging out with me as always. I hope you have a fantastic weekend, that you get all the fun and joyous things done. I'm going for a walk tomorrow with some friends in honor of Memorial Day for a Fallen Heroes walk downtown. So interested to see how that goes. And then Sunday, I get to go and have a belated Mother's Day dinner with my mom and my mom. So I'm looking forward to that because I didn't get to see them for Mother's Day because my mom was sick and my mama was working. So there you go. But I hope everybody has a great weekend. Christina says, but we can hit rewind and watch it again. Okay, there you go. Yes, you could. And you said, by the way, those who need it, Lexi Rose reads it sprinting right now. Yeah, if you want to go hop on somebody else's sprint and continue reading, there you go. Jessica says, hashtag bumblebees. Nicole says, night, Alex. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for coming, Nicole. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a great evening. Christine says, bumblebees. Oh, Bumblebee was always my fave. Yeah, Bumblebee's pretty cool. Nicole says, night, everyone. Good night to all of you. Christine says, and so is booking it with Atia. Very nice. Atia is a pretty name. Bye, everyone.